A black notebook falls from the sky. On its cover, Death Note. Inside, rules written in English. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. Most would think it's a prank. Light Yagami writes a name, and the world changes forever. Death Note is the story of a brilliant student who finds the power to kill with just a name and a face. A power he uses to eliminate criminals worldwide, creating a phenomenon known as Kira, both savior and mass murderer, depending on who you ask. But when the world's greatest detective, known only as L, begins hunting the mysterious killer called Kira, an epic psychological battle begins. 37 episodes of mind games, moral philosophy, and cat-and-mouse warfare where every decision could mean death. This is the complete story of Death Note, from Light's first kill to the final confrontation that determines the fate of his vision for a new world, far above the human world, in a place where death itself has form, a world existing parallel to the human world. Death gods spend their time in monotonous boredom. Ryuk, a Shinigami with an appetite for apples and excitement, grows tired of the endless tedium. Unlike other Shinigami who are content with their role of ending human lives to extend their own lifespans, Ryuk seeks entertainment. Ryuk deliberately drops his Death Note into the human world, curious to see what will happen when a human discovers it. The black notebook falls from the sky, landing in the courtyard of a Japanese high school. Light Yagami is a 17-year-old high school student. He ranks first in the nation on practice exams and is considered a model student by teachers and classmates alike. Despite his academic success and seemingly perfect life, Light feels profound boredom with the world around him. On an ordinary school day, Light notices a black notebook lying on the ground near the school building. The notebook has Death Note written on its cover in English. Curious but skeptical, Light picks it up. The cover has instructions written inside. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. Light reads through several rules written in the notebook, including details about requiring the person's face in mind, the 40-second window, to specify cause of death, and other mechanics. He initially dismisses it as someone's idea of a prank, finding the concept ridiculous. Despite his skepticism, Light finds himself unable to stop thinking about the Death Note. That evening, while watching news coverage about a violent hostage situation at a daycare center, Light sees the criminal's face and name on television. The hostage taker has already killed 2 people and threatens to kill the children. In a moment that will change the world, Light writes the criminal's name in the Death Note, specifying death by heart attack. He justifies this test as harmless, since if the Death Note is fake, nothing will happen. If it's real, then someone who deserves to die will be eliminated. 40 seconds later, the news broadcast shows the hostage taker suddenly collapsing. The hostages are freed unharmed. Light is shocked, staring at the notebook in disbelief. He tries to rationalize it as coincidence, but deep down, he knows what he witnessed was real. Light begins testing the Death Note further, starting with a motorcycle gang leader who is harassing a woman on the street outside his house. After confirming the Death Note works consistently, Light is both terrified and exhilarated by the power he possesses. 5 days after Light first used the Death Note, Ryuk appears in Light's bedroom. The Shinigami's appearance is grotesque and inhuman, with gray skin, sharp teeth, yellow eyes, and supernatural presence. Light, despite being startled by Ryuk's horrifying appearance, maintains his composure. Ryuk explains that he dropped the Death Note intentionally out of boredom, wanting to see how a human would use it. He clarifies that the Death Note now belongs to Light, and that Ryuk will follow him until Light dies or relinquishes ownership. Ryuk emphasizes he is neutral. He won't help Light, but won't hinder him either. He simply wants to be entertained. Light reveals his philosophy to Ryuk. The world is rotten, filled with crime, corruption, and evil. Light believes he has been chosen to cleanse the world, using the Death Note to eliminate criminals and create a new world order where only pure-hearted people remain. He will become the god of this new world. Ryuk is amused by Light's grandiosity, noting that previous Death Note users typically used it for personal gain or revenge. Light's idealism and ambition make him unique. Ryuk warns Light that the human who uses the Death Note cannot go to heaven or hell, to which Light responds that he doesn't believe in such things anyway. Light begins systematically eliminating criminals whose names and faces appear on television and the internet. He works methodically, killing hundreds of criminals worldwide within days. He varies the timing and causes of death to avoid obvious patterns, though heart attacks remain his primary method. The international media notices an impossible statistical anomaly. Criminal deaths are occurring at an unprecedented rate worldwide. Someone or something is killing criminals, and the global population begins to react. Some view these deaths as divine justice, while others see them as murder. The mysterious killer becomes known as Kira, derived from the English word killer, as pronounced in Japanese. Public opinion divides sharply. Some worship Kira as a savior, bringing justice to a corrupt world, while others fear Kira as a mass murderer who has appointed himself judge, jury, and executioner. Light watches the news coverage with satisfaction. His plan is working. Crime rates begin dropping globally as criminals fear being targeted by Kira. Light believes he is reshaping the world according to his vision of justice. The ICPO, International Criminal Police Organization Interpol, recognizes that Kira represents an unprecedented threat. They contact L, a legendary detective who has never failed to solve a case. L's true identity is unknown. He works anonymously, communicating through his handler Watari. L agrees to investigate the Kira case. His first action is to test Kira's limitations and confirm Kira is a real person, not an organization or supernatural phenomenon. L devises a trap. He arranges for a television broadcast announcing that Lind L. Taylor, a convicted criminal on death row, will speak as L on live television in the Kanto region of Japan. During the broadcast, L, actually Lind L. Taylor, addresses Kira directly, calling him evil and promising to capture and execute him. Light, watching from home, is enraged by this direct challenge. He writes Lind L. Taylor's name in the Death Note. On live television, Lind L. Taylor dies of a heart attack mid-speech. The broadcast reveals this was a trap. The real L announces that Kira can kill people without being physically present, and that the broadcast was only shown in the Kanto region. This means Kira is located in Kanto, Japan. L addresses Kira directly through the television, stating that Kira is childish, and what he's doing is murder, not justice. He challenges Kira to kill him if possible, revealing that L is his true identity. Light attempts to kill L, but realizes he doesn't know L's real name or face. L explains his deductions. Kira can kill without physical contact, requires a name and face to kill, is located in the Kanto region, and can control the time of death. El declares this a battle between himself and Kira to see who is right. This becomes personal for both of them. Light has never been challenged like this, and El has found the most dangerous criminal he's ever pursued. Light is both frustrated and excited. For the first time, someone has outwitted him. He underestimated his opposition, assuming the police would be easy to manipulate. Now he faces El, someone who might be his intellectual equal. Light accepts the challenge, determined to outwit and kill El. Realizing he's being investigated, Light becomes more cautious. He deduces that El likely suspects Kira has access to police information, since many of Kira's victims are criminals whose information hasn't been made public. Light's father, Soichiro Yagami, is the chief of the NPA, National Police Agency, and brings work files home. Light creates an elaborate system to detect if anyone enters his room. He hides the death note in a bag of potato chips with a miniature television and mechanisms that will destroy evidence if discovered. He rigs his desk drawer with nearly invisible mechanical traps that indicate if someone has searched his belongings. Light also begins leaving his television on when away, creating false alibis by varying his killing patterns. He starts using criminals from media reports that anyone could access, avoiding police-only information. Every action is calculated to avoid giving El evidence. El convinces the Japanese police to allow FBI involvement in the investigation. He deploys 12 FBI agents to Japan, assigning each agent to follow members of the NPA and their families. El's reasoning is that Kira likely has connections to law enforcement to access restricted information about criminals. One FBI agent, Ray Penber, is assigned to follow the Yagami family. Light immediately notices he's being followed during his daily commute to school and correctly deduces the follower is FBI, not local police, based on behavior patterns and professional tailing techniques. Light realizes this surveillance is extremely dangerous. If the FBI agent reports anything suspicious, El will focus the investigation on him. Light must not only avoid suspicion, but also discover the agent's name to eliminate him. This presents a challenge since FBI agents wouldn't reveal their identities. Light devises an elaborate plan to learn Ray Penber's name, while simultaneously demonstrating his innocence. He orchestrates a scenario where he and Penber will be involved in a bus hijacking, which Light has arranged using the Death Note. Light writes instructions for a criminal to hijack the bus they're riding, specifically timing events so that Light appears to help stop the hijacker. During the chaos, Light manipulates Penber into showing his FBI identification to prevent panic. The plan executes perfectly. The hijacker boards the bus, takes control, and threatens passengers. Light appears to help negotiate with the criminal, creating a situation where Penber must reveal he's FBI to maintain order. Light sees Penber's ID card, learning his full name, Ray Penber. Light then uses the Death Note's control over death circumstances to make the hijacker release everyone and die of an accident later, making it appear as though he committed suicide from guilt. This entire scenario makes Light appear heroic and removes FBI suspicion from the Yagami family. However, Light decides that killing Penber is necessary because Penber now knows Light is intelligent and perceptive enough to potentially be Kira. Even though the bus incident made Light seem innocent, an investigator of El's caliber might still consider him a suspect. if Penber reports their encounter. Light creates an elaborate plan to kill Penber while obtaining information about the other FBI agents. Using the Death Note's ability to control actions before death, Light manipulates Penber into boarding a train at a specific time. On the train, a person secretly controlled by Light, scheduled to die from the Death Note, approaches Penber and provides him with instructions, telling him this is part of the investigation. Light forces Penber to write down the names of all 12 FBI agents investigating in Japan on Death Note pages, believing he's writing on ordinary paper for investigation purposes. After Penber writes the names, Light reveals that the paper was actually from the Death Note. All 12 FBI agents will die of heart attacks, including Penber himself. Light explains through written instructions that Kira orchestrated everything, demonstrating Kira's power and intelligence. Penber dies on the train at the exact time Light specified. Light watches from a distance, satisfied that his plan succeeded. With all 12 FBI agents dead, L will know someone with connections to law enforcement is likely Kira. But Light has removed the specific trail, leading to himself. Ray Penber's fiancée, Naomi Misora, is a former FBI agent who worked with L on the Los Angeles BB murder cases. She's intelligent, experienced, and immediately suspicious of Penber's death, which officially is attributed to Kira's judgment, like the other FBI agents. Naomi reviews the timeline and evidence, deducing that someone Ray investigated must be Kira. She knows Ray was following the Yagami family, and that Light Yagami is a brilliant student who could potentially be Kira. Naomi decides to investigate independently before alerting authorities. She goes to the police headquarters to share her theory with the investigation team. Unfortunately for her, she encounters Light Yagami in the lobby, who is visiting his father. Light introduces himself as Soichiro's son, and Naomi, without thinking carefully, shares that she was Ray Penber's fiancée and has information about Kira. Light realizes the danger immediately. If Naomi shares her theories with the investigation team and mentions that Light specifically was under surveillance, L will focus on him intensely. Light must prevent Naomi from speaking to the task force. Using his charm and intellect, Light pretends to be eager to help. He introduces himself using a fake name, Light Asahi, and offers to accompany her to the investigation headquarters, claiming he knows the building. Naomi, emotionally vulnerable due to grief and impressed by this kind young man, trusts him. As they walk, Light carefully extracts information from Naomi about her theories and what evidence she has. He learns that she deduced Kira was following Ray, and that someone Ray investigated is likely Kira. Most critically, he learns her full name, Naomi Misora. Light leads Naomi away from the headquarters, making excuses about taking a better route. Once they're in a secluded area, Light writes her name in the Death Note with instructions for her to commit suicide in a way that her body won't be immediately found. Naomi suddenly stops responding to Light and walks away mechanically, following the Death Note's instructions. Light watches coldly as another threat is eliminated. He reflects that he regrets having to kill innocent people like Naomi, but they become obstacles to his vision of a perfect world. Weeks after the initial Kira killings ceased following L's television challenge, the task force receives disturbing news. Kira's killings have resumed, but with significant differences. The new killings include victims whose names and faces were never publicly broadcast, suggesting this Kira has access to information the original Kira didn't have. L immediately recognizes these killings follow different patterns than the original Kira. The methodology is less sophisticated, more emotional, and occasionally includes criminals who haven't yet been convicted. L theorizes a second person has obtained a death note. Light, watching the news coverage from his bedroom, is equally shocked. He knows he didn't commit these killings. Ryuk confirms Light's suspicion. Another death note has entered the human world, meaning another Shinigami has crossed over. The second Kira is Misa Amane, a 19-year-old model and actress. 1 year prior to discovering the death note, Misa's parents were murdered by a burglar during a home invasion. The judicial system failed her. The burglar's lawyer used technicalities to reduce the charges, and the killer received a light sentence. Misa's life was saved during the incident by the original Kira. On the day the burglar was scheduled to kill Misa, in retaliation for her testimony, Kira killed him with a heart attack. Misa views Kira as her savior, and has worshipped him ever since. A Shinigami named Rem dropped her death note into the human world, and Misa found it. Rem explains that she didn't drop the notebook intentionally like Ryuk did. She dropped it because of something that happened in the Shinigami realm involving another Shinigami named Jealous. Jealous had been watching Misa from the Shinigami realm and developed feelings for her, an extremely rare occurrence for a Shinigami. When Jealous saw Misa was about to be murdered by the burglar's accomplice, he used his death note to kill the assailant, sacrificing his own life in the process. A Shinigami who uses their death note to save a human's life will die and turn to dust. Rem inherited Jealous's death note and brought it to Misa, along with Jealous's feelings of wanting to protect her. Unlike Ryuk, who is neutral, Rem genuinely cares about Misa's well-being and will protect her. Misa made a deal with Rem that Light has refused to make with Ryuk, the Shinigami Eyes trade. By giving up half her remaining lifespan, Misa gained the ability to see any person's true name and remaining lifespan simply by looking at their face. This ability gives Misa an enormous advantage over the original Kira. She doesn't need to know her victims' names beforehand. She can kill anyone she sees. However, the trade also means Misa has unknowingly cut her life in half. Misa's killings are not just about justice. She wants to find and meet the original Kira, the person she views as her savior. She begins sending messages to Kira through her killings, and through videotapes she sends to Sakura TV, a sensationalist television station. In her videos, Misa, disguised with a mask and voice distortion, declares herself as Kira's supporter and ally. She includes hidden messages in her videos that only the real Kira would understand, hoping to initiate contact. L and the task force intercept these videos before they air publicly. L analyzes every frame, word, and detail, constructing a psychological profile of this second Kira. He determines the second Kira is likely young female and emotionally motivated rather than ideologically driven like the first Kira. Light recognizes the danger this second Kira represents. Based on the careless patterns and emotional motivations evident in the killings, this person could draw excessive attention from L and the police. More critically, if L captures the second Kira and discovers how they kill without knowing victims' names, L will realize there's something more to Kira's power than Light has revealed. Light decides he must find and control the second Kira before L does. Using his position as the task force's liaison, his father, Soichiro, is the chief. Light gains access to the investigation materials and analyzes the second Kira's messages. Through careful analysis, Light discovers hidden codes in Misa's videos, references that only someone who understands the Death Note would recognize. The messages suggest the second Kira wants to meet the original Kira. Light responds through his own carefully constructed killings, creating a dialogue that El and the task force can't fully comprehend. Through their coded exchanges, Light and Misa arrange to meet at a specific location, the Aoyama area in Tokyo, during a particular time frame. Light prepares meticulously, ensuring he isn't followed and setting up contingencies in case this is a trap set by El. Misa, using her Shinigami eyes, can identify people by their names. She walks through the crowded street, seeing names floating above everyone's heads, except 4 people. Shinigami eyes cannot see the names or lifespans of Death Note owners. She correctly deduces that one of these 4 people must be Kira. Through process of elimination and observation, Misa identifies Light Yagami as Kira. She approaches him enthusiastically, immediately declaring her devotion. Light is alarmed by her recklessness, but quickly realizes her value. She has the Shinigami eyes, the power he refused to obtain. Misa's Shinigami, Rem, appears to Light. Unlike Ryuk's neutral amusement, Rem regards Light with suspicion and hostility. Rem makes it clear, if Light does anything to harm Misa, Rem will kill Light immediately. Light quickly establishes control over Misa. He explains the danger of El's investigation and the importance of discretion. Misa eagerly agrees to help Light however he needs, declaring her love for him and her willingness to do anything he asks. Light sees Misa as a tool, useful because of her Shinigami eyes, but dangerous because of her emotional instability and devotion. He begins manipulating her, pretending to reciprocate her feelings, while actually planning how to use her abilities without exposing himself. Light instructs Misa to stop her random killings and wait for his orders. He explains his vision for the new world and his role as god of that world. Misa enthusiastically embraces this vision, happy to serve as Kira's partner and eventual queen of the new world. El notices the second Kira's sudden silence and correctly deduces that the 2 Kiras have made contact. This confirms his theory that there are at least 2 people involved in the Kira killings, working together. El narrows his investigation focus to the Kanto region of Japan, where both Kiras's activities have been concentrated. He begins constructing detailed profiles of anyone who matches the patterns. Access to police information, intelligence to avoid detection, and potential motivation. Light Yagami appears on El's list of suspects, but he's one of hundreds. However, El's intuition, which has never been wrong, tells him to pay special attention to Light. El convinces the task force to place hidden cameras and wiretaps in the homes of their primary suspects, including Light Yagami's house. This is an invasion of privacy that makes several task force members uncomfortable. But El argues that stopping Kira justifies these extreme measures. Light's bedroom, bathroom, and study area are all monitored 24/7. Every moment of his life is watched by El and the task force. Light, suspecting surveillance, behaves as an absolutely normal student, studying, doing homework, looking at magazines, and showing no suspicious behavior whatsoever. Light hides the Death Note using an elaborate system. He creates a false bottom in a drawer, using a mechanism that will incinerate the notebook if anyone opens the drawer incorrectly. He studies with a small television playing in the background, using it to identify criminals, but never writing in the notebook where cameras could see. Meanwhile, Misa is also under surveillance. El tracks her movements, analyzes her schedule, and builds a case that she might be connected to Kira. through his father's position on the task force, Light arranges to meet El directly at Toho University, where both are enrolled as students. Light pretends he wants to help with the investigation, using his entrance exam scores and analytical abilities as credentials. When Light and El meet for the first time, it's a pivotal moment. They shake hands, each knowing the other is their true adversary, though neither can prove it. El states that Light is his first friend, a statement loaded with irony and truth. Light responds that he feels the same way. They begin a complex game of appearing to work together while actually working against each other. El tests Light with hypothetical scenarios about Kira's methods and motivations. Light responds perfectly, giving answers that demonstrate intelligence without revealing guilt. Ryuk finds the entire situation hilarious, watching these two geniuses pretend to be allies while plotting each other's destruction. El arranges for Light to join the task force's investigation in a limited capacity, claiming that Light's fresh perspective and intelligence might provide new insights. This is actually a test. El wants Light close where he can be observed constantly. Light plays the role of eager assistant perfectly. He contributes legitimate insights that help the investigation while being careful never to reveal too much knowledge. When discussing the Death Note's possible rules and limitations, Light suggests theories that are technically correct, but lead the investigation slightly away from the complete truth. During this period, Light and El develop a strange relationship. They genuinely enjoy matching wits with each other, even as they try to destroy one another. They play tennis together, study together, and engage in philosophical discussions about justice and morality. El admits to Light, though not revealing his suspicions, that he believes Kira is evil, no matter how noble Kira's stated intentions might be. Anyone who would appoint themselves as God and judge of humanity is fundamentally wrong. Light counters that sometimes the law fails and society needs someone willing to do what others won't. These conversations are tests, each probing the other's thinking, looking for mistakes or revelations. Le's investigation of Misa Amane produces compelling circumstantial evidence. Misa's schedule matches times when second Kira killings occurred. She has connections to Sakura TV, where the second Kira sent tapes. Her behavioral profile matches the second Kira's psychological pattern. She was near several locations where Kira-related events occurred. El makes the decision to detain Misa for questioning. Without concrete proof, but with reasonable suspicion, El has Misa arrested and brought to a secure facility. Rem is furious, knowing that if Misa is captured and interrogated, she will eventually break and reveal information that could lead to her execution. Rem confronts Light, blaming him for Misa's capture and threatening to kill him. Light remains calm, explaining to Rem that he has a plan to save both Misa and himself. But Rem must trust him and must not interfere. Light's plan is audacious and requires perfect timing. Light makes a shocking proposal to El and his father, Soichiro. To prove his innocence conclusively, Light voluntarily requests to be confined and monitored under the same conditions as any suspect. He argues that if he's Kira, the killings will continue while he's imprisoned and unable to act. El accepts this proposal, though he suspects Light has something planned. Light is taken into custody and placed in a cell with complete surveillance. Handcuffed and monitored every second, Light has no way to use the Death Note, even if he had access to it. But this is exactly what Light planned. Before his confinement, Light prepares the Death Note with detailed instructions buried in its pages using a special method. Writing that will activate after specific conditions are met. He then relinquishes ownership of the Death Note using a technique, burying it where Ryuk can retrieve it later, and ensuring that someone else will find and use it temporarily. According to the Death Note rules, when someone relinquishes ownership, they lose all memories related to the Death Note. They forget they ever had it, forget how to use it, and forget everything they did with it. Light intentionally erases his own memories. In his cell, Light's personality subtly shifts. The cold calculation disappears, replaced by genuine confusion about why he's imprisoned. Light truly believes he is innocent because, in his current mental state, he is innocent. He has no memory of being Kira. Misa undergoes the same process. She relinquishes ownership of her Death Note, and Rem retrieves it. Misa's memories of being the second Kira vanish completely. She becomes a confused, frightened girl who doesn't understand why she's been arrested. With both Light and Misa in confinement, unable to access any means of killing, the Kira murders continue. This shouldn't be possible if either of them is Kira. However, the killings now follow a new pattern. A third party has found one of the Death Notes and is using it, but not for ideological purposes. This new Kira is killing people who interfere with the business interests of the Yotsuba Corporation, a powerful Japanese conglomerate. L notices this pattern immediately. Corporate rivals, investigators, whistleblowers, and journalists critical of Yotsuba are dying of natural causes at statistically impossible rates. Someone at Yotsuba has Kira's power and is using it for corporate murder. L faces a dilemma. Light and Misa have been in maximum security confinement for weeks, monitored every second, unable to communicate with anyone or access any information. Yet, Kira's killings continue. By every logical standard, this proves Light and Misa are innocent. L's entire theory appears to be wrong, but L's intuition still tells him Light is involved somehow. He can't explain how, but he knows in his gut that Light is Kira. The evidence contradicts his instinct, creating a rare moment of doubt for the world's greatest detective. L makes a decision. He will release Light and Misa from confinement, but will keep them under close surveillance. If they are somehow involved with Kira through methods L doesn't yet understand, releasing them might cause them to make mistakes. Light is released from his cell after 50 days of confinement. He emerges genuinely traumatized by the experience, having spent almost 2 months in isolation for a crime he currently has no memory of committing. He is angry, hurt, and confused about why L suspected him. Misa is similarly released after 2 weeks. She is psychologically damaged by the interrogation and confinement, with no understanding of why she was targeted. Both Light and Misa have completely forgotten their time as Kira. They don't remember the Death Note, don't remember their killings, and don't remember each other beyond a passing acquaintance. Light's personality is noticeably different, more compassionate, more idealistic in a naive way, genuinely interested in helping capture Kira to prevent others from suffering false imprisonment as he did. L observes these changes with intense curiosity. Either his theory was completely wrong, or something impossible has happened to Light's memories. L begins to suspect the latter, but has no evidence or even a theoretical framework for understanding how such memory manipulation could occur. With Light and Misa cleared, tentatively, the investigation shifts focus to the Yotsuba Corporation. L proposes that he and Light work together to infiltrate Yotsuba and identify which member of the corporation has Kira's power. Light, with no memory of his true identity as Kira, agrees enthusiastically. He genuinely wants to stop Kira, believing Kira's murders are wrong and must be stopped. Ryuk watches all of this with tremendous amusement, knowing that Light planned this entire sequence of events before erasing his own memories. Whether Light can regain his memories and complete his plan, or whether he's accidentally destroyed his own scheme, remains to be seen. The arc ends with Light and L working as genuine partners for the first time, investigating the Yotsuba murders together, neither knowing that Light orchestrated this entire situation as part of an impossibly complex gambit. The investigation focuses on the Yotsuba Group, one of Japan's most powerful corporations. 8 executives hold secret weekly meetings where they discuss eliminating business obstacles. And shortly after these meetings, the people they discuss die of heart attacks or accidents. The Yotsuba 8 are Kyosuke Higuchi, Department Chief, the most aggressive advocate for using Kira; Reiji Namikawa, Vice President, intelligent and cautious; Takeshi Ue, Vice President of Technology, ambitious; Suguru Shimura, Personnel Chief, nervous and conflicted; Masahiko Kida, Internal Affairs, analytical; Arayoshi Hattori, Secretary, quiet observer; Eiichi Takahashi, Vice President, strategic thinker; Shingo Mido, CEO's son, arrogant. After Light and Misa relinquished their death notes, Light had hidden his notebook with instructions that Ryuk would eventually guide someone to find it. Through a complex series of events, Kyosuke Higuchi discovered the death note and began using it for corporate advantage. Unlike Light's ideological mission, or Misa's emotional devotion, Higuchi uses the death note purely for personal gain, advancing his career, eliminating corporate rivals, and consolidating power within Yotsuba. This represents a corruption of Kira's stated purpose, showing how power without ideology becomes simple murder for profit. Rem, still possessing Misa's death note, watches events unfold. She knows Light planned something, but doesn't understand the full scope of his scheme. Light, with no memory of being Kira, works alongside L with genuine dedication to catching the new Kira. Their partnership is effective because Light's intelligence complements L's deductive reasoning, and without his memories, Light has no hidden agenda beyond stopping the murders. L remains suspicious of Light, despite all evidence pointing to his innocence. L theorizes about impossible scenarios involving memory manipulation, though he has no framework for understanding how such a thing could occur. His intuition continues to insist Light is connected to Kira somehow. The two share an unusual relationship, genuinely enjoying working together intellectually, while L harbors suspicions he can't prove or even fully articulate. Light, for his part, has grown to respect L's detective abilities and finds their collaboration stimulating. To get closer to the Yotsuba executives, L devises a plan using Misa Amane's celebrity status. Misa, now free from confinement, but with no memory of being the second Kira, is eager to help the investigation, partly to clear her name, partly out of a lingering attraction to Light that she doesn't fully understand, residual feelings from their Kira partnership. L arranges for Misa to appear as a celebrity spokesperson for Yotsuba, giving her access to company events and executives. Misa is fitted with hidden cameras and audio equipment, essentially becoming a surveillance device that can move through Yotsuba's inner circles. At a Yotsuba corporate party, Misa interacts with the executives, particularly attracting the attention of Kyosuke Higuchi, who becomes infatuated with her. This gives the task force a direct line into Higuchi's activities. Through Misa's surveillance and additional investigation, the task force discovers the weekly secret meetings of the Yotsuba 8. They plant bugs and cameras in the meeting room, watching as the executives discuss using Kira to eliminate obstacles. The conversations reveal that one of the 8 executives has the power to kill, though the others don't fully understand how it works. They discuss potential targets, business rivals, investigators, journalists, and the Kira representative, Higuchi, promises to handle them. The task force watches in horror as they witness corporate executives casually ordering murders, treating human lives as mere business inconveniences. This crystallizes the true evil of Kira's power. It corrupts absolutely, turning even the judgment of criminals into a tool for personal gain. Light analyzes the patterns and logic of the Yotsuba killings, demonstrating the same analytical brilliance that made him Kira originally, though now directed toward catching Kira rather than being Kira. Through analysis of who dies and when, Light and L narrow the suspects to the Yotsuba 8, then further narrow to those executives who have the personality and opportunity to be Kira. Higuchi emerges as the primary suspect based on his aggressive advocacy for using Kira and his schedule aligning with killings. L proposes an elaborate plan to force Kira, whoever it is among the 8, to reveal themselves through their actions. L creates false evidence suggesting that investigators Coil and Eraldo are closing in on discovering Kira's identity. These investigators don't exist. They're fabrications created by L to panic Kira into revealing himself through action. The plan works. At the next Yotsuba meeting, Higuchi becomes agitated about these investigators and promises to eliminate them quickly. The task force watches as Higuchi reacts far more strongly than the other executives, essentially revealing himself as the one with Kira's power. To confirm Higuchi is Kira, L sets up an elaborate test. He arranges for Aiber, a conman working with L, to approach Higuchi at a nightclub, pretending to be Eraldo Coil and claiming to know Higuchi's secret. Higuchi, panicked that his identity as Kira might be exposed, tries to kill Aiber immediately. However, L has ensured that Higuchi cannot obtain Aiber's real name. All identification Aiber carries is false. Higuchi becomes desperate, trying multiple methods to learn Aiber's true identity. His behavior confirms to the task force that Higuchi is indeed Kira, and that somehow Kira's power requires knowing a person's name. Rem watches events unfold with growing concern. She realizes Light set all of this in motion before erasing his own memories. Light's plan was to 1. Have someone else become Kira temporarily. Get himself and Misa cleared of suspicion. Eventually reclaim the Death Note with his memories intact. Return as Kira with no one suspecting him. But for this plan to work, Higuchi must be captured in a way that doesn't expose Misa or cause her harm. Rem knows that if Higuchi is captured, interrogated, and reveals information about Death Note rules or about Misa, it could lead to Misa's execution. Rem faces an impossible choice. Let events proceed and risk Misa's life, or intervene and change Light's plan in ways that might doom them all. L sets up an elaborate trap using Misa as bait. He has Misa appear on a live television program called Wanted. where she discusses helping the police catch Kira. The broadcast is designed to make Higuchi believe Misa knows his identity as Kira. Higuchi, watching the broadcast, becomes convinced he must kill Misa immediately to protect his secret. He rushes to his car, determined to intercept Misa and obtain her real name so he can write it in the death note. What Higuchi doesn't know is that the entire task force is tracking his movements. Helicopters, surveillance vehicles, and police units follow him as he drives frantically toward the television station. The chase sequence is intense. Higuchi speeds through Tokyo's highways, making erratic maneuvers while trying to kill Misa from a distance. But he can't see her real name because she's not visible to him, only appearing on television with the stage name Misa Misa. During the chase, Light experiences strange flashes, fragments of memories trying to surface. He doesn't fully remember being Kira, but he begins to understand instinctively that Higuchi has some kind of supernatural tool, and that this tool is the key to understanding everything. The task force forces Higuchi's car off the road, surrounding him with police units. Higuchi is trapped, but he has the death note in his possession and begins writing names, trying to kill the officers closing in. Light, acting on instinct he doesn't fully understand, volunteers to approach Higuchi's car directly. He suspects that if he can see whatever Higuchi is using to kill, it might explain everything, including why Elle suspected him in the first place. Light reaches Higuchi's car window and sees it. A black notebook with Death Note written on the cover. Higuchi is frantically writing in it. Light touches the Death Note. Everything comes flooding back. Every memory he erased, every killing he committed, every plan he made, every manipulation he orchestrated, returns in an instant. Light remembers being Kira. He remembers his goal to become god of the new world. He remembers writing detailed instructions in the Death Note before relinquishing ownership, knowing exactly how events would unfold. But Light shows none of this on his face. Years of hiding his true self from his family, from Elle, from everyone, have made him a master of deception. Even as his memories return, Light maintains his expression of shocked discovery, pretending he's seeing the Death Note for the first time. Ryuk appears, visible to Light now that he's touched the Death Note again. Ryuk grins, amused that Light's impossible gambit actually worked. Higuchi is arrested. The task force secures the Death Note, and Light, surrounded by Elle and the others, pretends to be discovering Kira's method for the first time, all while knowing he planned every step of this capture. The task force brings Higuchi into custody for interrogation. Under questioning, Higuchi explains the Death Note's basic rules. Write a name while picturing the person's face, and they die of a heart attack 40 seconds later, unless you specify another cause of death. Higuchi claims he found the Death Note, but doesn't understand where it came from. He admits to using it for personal gain, killing corporate rivals and obstacles to advance his career. He shows no remorse, viewing the murders as necessary business decisions. Elle orders the Death Note tested under controlled conditions, using a death row inmate who has volunteered for the test. The test confirms Higuchi's explanation. The Death Note actually works. This is not a trick or a mass delusion. Somehow, this notebook has the supernatural power to kill. The task force is shaken by this confirmation. Everything they thought they understood about reality has been challenged. A supernatural object exists that can kill anyone whose name is written in it. Light, having regained his memories by touching the Death Note, begins subtly manipulating the investigation from within. he has several advantages. He knows all the Death Note rules, having used it extensively before. Everyone believes he's innocent, having been cleared through the Yotsuba investigation. He's positioned as L's trusted partner in the investigation. No one suspects his memories have returned. Light's goal is to reclaim the Death Note permanently, while maintaining his cleared status. But he faces obstacles. L still intuitively suspects him, and watches his every move. The Death Note is evidence in police custody. Multiple people now know about the notebook's existence. Light needs to eliminate L and regain control of the Death Note, without anyone suspecting his involvement. Rem realizes she's been outplayed by Light. His plan required Misa to relinquish her Death Note, get cleared of suspicion, and have her Death Note eventually fall into someone else's hands temporarily. Now that Higuchi is captured, Rem must decide how to protect Misa going forward. Light speaks to Rem privately, visible only to each other as Death Note users. He explains that Rem must kill L, or Misa will be executed. Light lays out the logical chain. If L continues investigating, he will eventually deduce Misa was the second Kira. Even without her memories, forensic evidence and behavioral analysis could lead to her conviction. Japanese law permits execution for mass murder. The only way to save Misa is to eliminate L before he completes his investigation. But killing L would cost Rem her life. A Shinigami who kills to extend a human's lifespan dies. If Rem kills L specifically to save Misa, she will turn to dust. Light is leveraging Rem's love for Misa, forcing her into a situation where she must sacrifice herself to save Misa from Light's own manipulations. It's morally monstrous, yet logically unassailable. The task force examines the Death Note carefully, finding numerous rules written inside. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing. If the cause of death is written within 40 seconds, it will happen. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. After writing the cause of death, details should be written within 6 minutes and 40 seconds. The Death Note will not affect those under 780 days old, but Light has added fake rules before relinquishing ownership. Rules designed to protect him if someone examines the notebook. If the person using this note fails to consecutively write names of people to be killed within 13 days of each other, then the user will die. If you make this note unusable by tearing it up or burning it, all humans who have touched the note will die. These fake rules serve a purpose. The 13-day rule would make it impossible for L to test whether Light is Kira by confiscating the Death Note. If Light is Kira and goes 13 days without killing, he would die, making it impossible to prove. The destruction rule prevents anyone from simply destroying the notebook to end Kira's killing. L reads these rules with suspicion. They seem too convenient, too perfectly designed to protect a Death Note owner's identity. But he has no way to test whether they're real without potentially killing someone. As the task force debates what to do with Higuchi and the Death Note, Higuchi suddenly dies of a heart attack in his cell. Someone has killed him using a Death Note. But who? Light knows the answer. He instructed Misa, before they both erased their memories, to regain ownership of her Death Note after Higuchi's capture, and kill him to prevent him from revealing too much information under continued interrogation. Misa, upon touching Rem's Death Note, regained her memories, just as Light did when he touched Higuchi's notebook. She remembered Light's instructions and killed Higuchi to protect both of them. But only Light and Misa know this. To everyone else, Higuchi's death is a mystery. Perhaps he killed himself using the Death Note. Perhaps another Kira killed him. The ambiguity serves Light's purposes perfectly. The arc concludes with multiple tensions unresolved. Light has his memories back but must pretend he doesn't. Misa has her memories back and possesses her Death Note. Elle suspects the Death Note rules might be fake, but can't prove it. Rem knows she's being manipulated towards sacrificing herself. The task force has the Death Note in custody, but doesn't know what to do with it. Light is back in position to continue his plan to become God of the New World. But he must do so while working alongside Elle, the one person who might see through his deceptions. The psychological warfare between Light and Elle is about to enter its final phase. The task force faces a crucial decision. Who should touch the Death Note to see the Shinigami? According to Higuchi's explanation, anyone who touches the Death Note can see Ryuk and any other Shinigami associated with it. Light carefully manages this situation. He needs certain people to touch the Death Note so they can be useful to the investigation, while preventing others from touching it, who might ask dangerous questions. He subtly influences who volunteers. Soichiro Yagami, Light's father and the task force chief, touches the Death Note first. Ryuk appears to him, confirming the supernatural aspect of the case. Other task force members follow, each seeing Ryuk for the first time and having their worldview shattered by the existence of Shinigami. Elle himself touches the Death Note, seeing Ryuk. Elle and Ryuk have a brief philosophical conversation about death, morality, and the nature of the Death Note. Elle asks Ryuk directly about the notebook's rules, but Ryuk maintains his policy of not helping or hindering anyone. He simply observes for entertainment. With his memories restored, Light is now in the perfect position. He's been cleared of suspicion through the Yotsuba investigation. He's working as Elle's trusted partner, giving him access to all investigation details. He knows all the Death Note rules, while others are still learning them. He has Misa as his ally, with her Shinigami eyes and Death Note. But he faces obstacles. Elle still intuitively suspects him, despite all evidence to the contrary. The task force has custody of Higuchi's Death Note. Multiple people know about the Death Note's existence, complicating his plans. Light needs to eliminate Elle without anyone suspecting his involvement. The fake 13-day rule becomes crucial to his plan. Elle becomes fixated on the 13-day rule written in the Death Note. It states that if a Death Note user fails to write a name within 13 days, they will die. This rule would make it impossible to test whether Light or Misa is Kira by simply preventing them from killing. If they're Kira, they'll die after 13 days, but that would kill an innocent person if they're not Kira. However, Elle's intuition tells him this rule might be fake, placed there specifically to prevent exactly the test Elle wants to conduct. If he could prove the rule is fake, it would strongly suggest Light added it, which would prove Light is Kira. Elle proposes testing the 13-day rule using a condemned criminal who has volunteered. The task force would give the criminal a Death Note, have them make a single kill to confirm it works, then prevent them from killing for 13 days. If the rule is real, the criminal dies. If it's fake, the criminal lives, and the rule is exposed as a deception. Light realizes this test would destroy his protection and potentially expose him as Kira. He must prevent it from happening. Light speaks privately with Rem, visible only to Death Note users. He explains the situation with cold logic. If the 13-day rule is proven fake, Elle will focus his investigation back on Light and Misa. With Elle's brilliance and resources, he will eventually prove that Misa was the second Kira, even though Misa has no memories of being the second Kira. Forensic evidence, behavioral analysis, and circumstantial evidence could lead to her conviction for mass murder. In Japan, mass murderers can face execution. Misa will be executed for her crimes. The only way to prevent this is to kill Elle before the 13-day rule test can occur. But it can't be just Elle. Light explains that Elle has designated successors, people who will continue his work if he dies. Watari, Elle's handler, and the person who knows Elle's true identity and methods, must also die. If Rem kills Elle and Watari before the 13-day rule test, Misa will be safe. The investigation will lose its leader, and Light can manipulate the remaining task force members to eventually close the case. Rem knows that if she kills Elle, specifically to save Misa's life, she will die. A Shinigami who uses their death note to extend a human's life will turn to dust. Killing Elle to prevent him from eventually capturing Misa counts as saving Misa's life. But Rem loves Misa. Unlike Ryuk's detached amusement, Rem genuinely cares about Misa's well-being, an emotion carried over from Jealous, the Shinigami who originally sacrificed himself for Misa. Rem faces an impossible choice. Do nothing. Misa will eventually be captured, convicted, and executed. Kill Elle and Watari. Misa lives, but Rem dies. Light has constructed a perfect trap. He's using Rem's love for Misa against her, forcing her to choose between her own existence and Misa's survival. It's a monstrous manipulation, but Light shows no remorse. He views Rem as a tool, just as he views Misa as a tool. While Light manipulates Rem towards sacrificing herself, he continues working alongside Elle, maintaining their strange partnership. They share what turn out to be their final conversations about justice, morality, and the nature of good and evil. Elle admits to Light that he's enjoyed working with him, despite suspecting him. Elle says that Light is the first person he's met who could truly match his intelligence. And in a different world, they might have been genuine friends. Light responds that he feels the same way. A statement that's both a lie and a truth. Light does respect Elle's intellect and has ayogid their intellectual warfare, even as he plots Elle's death. They play tennis one last time, compete in various games and puzzles, and share moments that are almost friendship, except for the fact that each is trying to destroy the other. Elle schedules the 13-day rule test with a condemned prisoner. The test will begin in 3 days, giving the task force time to prepare and observe under controlled conditions. Light knows he's running out of time. If the test occurs and proves the rule fake, Elle will focus all his suspicion back on Light, and Light's careful construction of innocence will collapse. He gives Rem the final instruction: kill Elle and Watari before the test begins. On the day the 13-day rule test is supposed to begin, Elle and Light are reviewing investigation notes together in the task force headquarters. They're working through evidence, theories, and possibilities, appearing as dedicated partners in the pursuit of justice. Elle experiences a moment of clarity. All his instincts, all his intuition, every fiber of his being tells him that Light is Kira. Despite all evidence to the contrary, despite Light's cleared status, despite the impossibility of Light being Kira after the Yotsuba investigation, Elle knows the truth in his heart. Elle turns to Light and says simply, "Light, I think you're Kira." Before Light can respond, before Elle can elaborate on this final intuition, Watari's image appears on the computer screen. Watari is in another location, managing Elle's global operations. On screen, Watari clutches his chest and collapses, dying of a heart attack. Rem has written Watari's name in her death note. Elle's computer screen flashes. All files are being deleted, all data erased, programmed to destroy itself automatically if Watari dies. Elle's global network is disappearing, his identity being protected even in death. Elle stands, facing Light. Their eyes meet. In this moment, Elle knows with absolute certainty that Light is Kira, and Light knows that Elle knows. No words are spoken, but perfect understanding passes between them. Elle stumbles, grabbing Light's shoulder for support. Light catches him, and for a brief moment, they're frozen in this final tableau. Elle dying, supported by the person who orchestrated his death. Elle whispers, "I wasn't wrong after all." Then Elle collapses completely. Light lowers him gently to the floor, maintaining his expression of shock and horror, though inside he feels only triumph. Rem has written Elle's name in the death note. Elle Laureate dies of a heart attack, never having revealed his true name to anyone except in the death note that killed him. The task force rushes in, finding Elle dead and Light holding him, apparently devastated by the loss of his partner. Light plays the role perfectly. He's horrified, confused, demanding to know who would target Elle and Watari. Rem, having killed two people to save Misa's life, begins to crumble. She turns to dust, disintegrating as the price of her sacrifice. Only Light and Misa witness this, as they're the only Death Note users present. Misa's Death Note falls to the ground. Rem is gone. The task force is devastated by Elle's death. He was their leader, their greatest detective, the person who gave them purpose and direction. Without Elle, they're adrift. Light takes command naturally. He's the most intelligent member of the team, has the most experience working alongside Elle, and appears to be the only person capable of continuing the investigation. The task force, grieving and desperate for leadership, accepts Light's guidance. What they don't know is that Light has claimed Misa's Death Note. He now possesses both Death Notes, Higuchi's, which the task force has in custody, and Misa's, which he's hidden. He has Misa with her Shinigami eyes available, and he's cleared of all suspicion, positioned as Elle's trusted successor. Light has won completely. With Elle dead, Kira's opposition crumbles. The task force, under Light's subtle manipulation, becomes less effective. Other police agencies worldwide lose their coordination without Elle's leadership. Kira's killings continue, and public support for Kira grows. Crime rates drop globally as criminals fear judgment. Light moves closer to his goal of becoming the god of the new world. Light creates a public identity for Kira, using Misa's connections in television to establish communication channels. Kira makes public pronouncements about justice, about the new world being built, about the coming age of righteousness. Light graduates from Toho University and joins the National Police Agency, giving him official authority and access to criminal databases worldwide. He's perfectly positioned, a police officer by day, hunting Kira, himself, for appearance's sake, and god of the new world by night. The narrative jumps forward approximately 4 years. Light is now in his early 20s and has been working with the NPA's Special Kira Investigation Team, which he secretly controls. Kira's killings have continued steadily, with no one able to stop them. Light has achieved a routine that balances his public role as a detective, pursuing Kira with his private role as Kira. Nier is approximately 13 years old, but possesses intelligence matching Elle's. He's pure logic. removing emotion from his deductions to achieve perfect objective analysis. Nier believes that if he follows proper investigative procedure and gathers sufficient evidence, he will inevitably catch Kira. Melo, Michael Kiel, an aggressive, emotional young man, approximately 14 years old with blonde hair, who has a chocolate addiction. Unlike Nier's pure logic, Melo uses intuition, aggression, and unconventional methods. Melo was always second best to Nier at Wami's house, and is determined to prove himself by catching Kira before Nier does. The two successors are told to work together, combining Nier's analytical ability with Melo's aggressive tactics. Instead, they refuse to cooperate. Each wants to be the one who solves the case, proving themselves worthy of being called L's true successor. Nier joins the American government's secret provision for Kira, working with the US president and agencies to coordinate international efforts against Kira. Melo joins the mafia, using criminal resources and methods that legitimate investigators can't employ. Light receives reports about two new L successors working independently to catch Kira. He's initially dismissive. He defeated the original L, so two children should pose no significant threat. But Light underestimates both Nier and Melo. They've studied L's investigation methods, learned from his mistakes, and bring new perspectives to the case. Nier immediately focuses on Light as a suspect, not through intuition, but through pure probability analysis. Light was L's primary suspect, worked closely with him, and was present when L died. Nier believes the investigation should restart by examining everyone close to L during his final days. Melo takes a different approach, focusing on the Death Note itself. If he can obtain a Death Note or capture someone who owns one, he can extract information about how Kira operates. The arc concludes with Light realizing his victory is incomplete. His father, Soichiro, continues leading the task force, though the years of fruitless investigation have taken their toll on him and the team. Public opinion has shifted even further in Kira's favor. Many people worldwide now view Kira as a necessary force for justice, accepting the killings as the price for a safer world. Some countries have unofficially endorsed Kira, while others still oppose him. Light appears to have won totally. L is dead. Opposition is minimal, and the new world is being built according to his vision. In England, there exists an orphanage called Wami's House, founded by Watri, to identify and train gifted children. This is where L came from, a special program designed to create successors worthy of carrying on L's legacy. When L died, he left instructions for his successors to take over the investigation. 2 children from Wami's house are identified as the best candidates to become the new L. Nier Nate River, a brilliant, analytical boy with white hair who surrounds himself with toys. The L is dead, but L's successors have emerged. The investigation that Light thought he'd ended has resumed with new investigators who won't be as easy to manipulate or predict. Light faces his new reality. 2 brilliant opponents working independently, each trying to catch him using different methods. He must defeat both Nier and Melo to truly achieve his goal of becoming the god of the new world. Ryuk, watching all of this unfold, is more entertained than ever. The game has restarted with new players, and Ryuk is curious to see how Light will handle these fresh challengers. 4 years after L's death, Melo makes his first major move against Kira. Instead of investigating carefully like L did, Melo uses the Mafia's resources to take direct action. He kidnaps Sayu Yagami, Light's younger sister. Melo's demand is simple: exchange the Death Note in police custody for Sayu's safe return. He doesn't want money or power. He wants the Death Note itself so he can study it and understand Kira's methods. Light faces a dilemma. He wants to keep the Death Note in police hands, where he can access it. But refusing to exchange it would seem suspicious. What brother wouldn't trade evidence for his sister's life? He must appear to make the trade reluctantly. Soichiro Yagami, Light's father and the task force chief, takes responsibility for the exchange. He insists on delivering the Death Note personally to ensure Sayu's safety, despite the danger. The exchange occurs in Los Angeles, on American soil, where Melo has arranged tactical advantages. Soichiro delivers Higuchi's Death Note to Melo's organization, and Sayu is released. However, the exchange has severe consequences. Sayu has been psychologically traumatized by her kidnapping. The Death Note is now in Melo's hands, allowing him to study it directly. The police have lost their only physical evidence of how Kira kills. Light's position is weakened because he can't access the Death Note as easily. Melo studies the Death Note intensely, learning its rules and understanding its power. By touching it, he sees Sido, the Shinigami who originally owned the notebook that Ryuk dropped. Through Sido, Melo learns more about Shinigami, Death Notes, and their rules. While Melo pursues aggressive tactics, Nier takes a different approach. He analyzes data, constructs probability models, and builds a case against Light Yagami through pure logic. Nier's reasoning is elegant. Light was L's primary suspect before the Yotsuba investigation. Light was present during L's death. Light became the leader of the task force after L died. Kira's killings continued, but became more cautious after L died. Statistical analysis suggests someone with police access is Kira. Nier can't prove Light is Kira yet. But every probability calculation points to Light as the most likely candidate. Nier begins building a case, gathering evidence piece by piece. Light realizes he needs additional support to outmaneuver both Nier and Melo. He identifies Teru Mikami, a prosecutor who has publicly expressed support for Kira's philosophy. Mikami's background is one of victimization and revenge. As a child, he was bullied severely. His mother committed suicide after being terrorized by loan sharks. Mikami developed a rigid worldview. The world is divided into good people who deserve to live and evil people who deserve to die, with no gray area between. When Kira appeared, Mikami saw him as God, the divine judge who would finally eliminate all evil from the world. Mikami began killing small-scale criminals in his local area, using methods that wouldn't attract Kira's attention, believing he was supporting God's work. Light contacts Mikami secretly, revealing himself as Kira and appointing Mikami as his hand of God. Light gives Mikami a Death Note. He has multiple now, through various manipulations, and instructs him to continue killing criminals according to specific patterns. Mikami worships Light absolutely. He views serving Kira as his sacred purpose, the meaning of his entire existence. He says delete each time he writes a name, viewing each killing as erasing evil from the world. Light also recruits Kiyomi Takada, a NHN news anchor who was his girlfriend during university. Takada is intelligent, beautiful, and ambitious. She has genuine feelings for Light, though Light views her primarily as a useful tool. Light establishes Takada as Kira's public spokesperson. She receives messages from Kira and broadcasts them to the world, giving Kira's judgments an official voice. This serves multiple purposes. It gives Kira legitimacy through mainstream media. It provides Light With plausible deniability, Takada is the public face. It creates another layer between Light and the actual killings. Mikami does the writing. The system Light creates is elegant. 1. Light, as Kira, sends instructions to Takadaya 2. Takada broadcasts Kira's messages publicly. 3. Takada also receives names of people to be judged. 4. Takada passes these names to Mikami. 5. Mikami writes the names in the Death Note. This creates 3 layers of separation between Light and the actual killings, making it nearly impossible to prove his involvement. Misa, who was once Light's primary accomplice as the second Kira, has been demoted in Light's plans. She's still devoted to him, believing they'll eventually marry and rule the new world together. But Light increasingly views her as a liability rather than an asset. Misa's usefulness has diminished. Her Shinigami eyes are less necessary with Mikami in place. Her emotional attachment makes her unpredictable. She's been investigated before and might draw suspicion. Light keeps Misa close, but minimizes her actual involvement, using her primarily for appearances. Misa doesn't realize she's being phased out, still believing she's Light's partner and future wife. Nier assembles a team to investigate Kira, working with the American government's Secret Provision for Kira, SPK. His team includes Commander Rester, military strategist Anthony Rester, investigation coordinator Stephen Gavani, infiltration specialist with exceptional observation skills Halle Lidner, former CIA, infiltrates the Japanese task force. Nier's approach is methodical. He doesn't rely on intuition like El did. Instead, he builds cases through evidence, testing hypotheses systematically. Nier identifies the same suspicion El had. The 13-day rule seems fake. Nier proposes testing it using controlled conditions with volunteers. But Light, through his position in the task force, manages to delay or complicate these tests. However, Nier's pressure forces Light to be increasingly careful. Any slip could expose him, so Light must balance his role as Kira with his role as a detective investigating Kira. Before the final confrontation with Nier, a critical event occurs involving Melo and the task force. When Melo kidnaps Sayu Yagami, Light's sister, Soichiro exchanges the Death Note for her safe return. However, Melo retains possession of a Death Note. The task force later raids Melo's hideout to retrieve the notebook. During this operation, Soichiro makes the Shinigami Eyes deal with Ryuk, trading half his remaining lifespan to see Melo's real name, Mihail Kiel. However, Soichiro hesitates to write the name, maintaining his moral principles even at the cost of the mission. During this hesitation, one of Melo's gang members who was pretending to be dead opens fire with a submachine gun, severely wounding Soichiro. The task force manages to escape with the Death Note, but Soichiro's injuries prove fatal. In the hospital, Soichiro's final words to Light reveal a crucial detail. Because Soichiro has the Shinigami Eyes and can see lifespans, he sees that Light has a lifespan above his head. This means Light is not currently a Death Note owner, which leads Soichiro to die believing his son is not Kira. A belief that, while technically true at that moment due to Light's complex ownership arrangements, brings Soichiro peace in his final moments. Soichiro dies from his gunshot wounds, never learning the truth about his son. Ryuk later notes that because Soichiro never actually used the Death Note to kill anyone despite having the opportunity, he died happy, unlike most who become involved with the Death Note. Mello, studying the Death Note he obtained earlier, realizes that Light must have a way to kill without touching the Death Note directly. Otherwise, Light would be exposed whenever killings occur, when he's being watched. Mello deduces that Light must have an accomplice who does the actual writing. If Mello can identify and capture this accomplice, he can trace them back to Light. Mello targets Takada, correctly identifying her as connected to Kira's operations. He kidnaps Takada during a public event, intending to interrogate her about her connection to Kira. Takada, kidnapped by Mello and held in a truck, finds herself in a desperate situation. However, Light had given her a small piece of the Death Note hidden in her clothing for emergencies. Just enough paper to write a few names. Takada uses the hidden Death Note piece to kill Mello's subordinates who are guarding her. She then writes Mello's name, killing him. But Light realizes Takada has become a liability. She's been kidnapped, interrogated, and has potentially revealed information to Mello before killing him. She knows too much and is now compromised. Light orders Mikami to kill Takada using the Death Note. Takada dies of a heart attack, along with everyone else in the church where she was being held, ensuring no witnesses survive. Mello dies in his truck, killed by Takada just before she herself was killed. Mello's aggressive tactics have failed, but his actions have given Near crucial information about Light's methods. Mello's sacrifice, intentionally or not, has given Near the final pieces of the puzzle. By analyzing Takada's death, Mikami's behavior, and Light's reactions, Near constructs the complete picture. Light Yagami is Kira. Teru Mikami is doing the actual killing using a Death Note. Takada was the intermediary passing information between Light and Mikami. Light has been using multiple layers of separation to hide his involvement. Near presents this theory to his team, backing it with probability analysis and evidence. He's 97% certain Light is Kira. Not perfect certainty, but close enough to act. Near arranges a meeting with Light and the Japanese task force, claiming he wants to work together to catch Kira, now that Mello is dead. The meeting is set for January 28th, at an abandoned warehouse, a neutral location where Near can control the environment. Near's plan is simple, but elegant. Force Light to reveal himself through Mikami's actions. If Light is Kira, he'll have to instruct Mikami to bring the Death Note to the meeting, to kill everyone present. By observing Mikami and controlling the environment, Near can expose Light's connection to him. Light, recognizing that Near suspects him, prepares his own counter-trap. He has Mikami create a fake Death Note that he'll bring to the meeting while keeping the real Death Note hidden. Even if Mikami is caught with a Death Note, Light can claim he was investigating Mikami as a Kira suspect. January 30th arrives. Both sides gather at the warehouse. Near and the SPK team. Light and the remaining Japanese task force, including Soichiro Yagami, Matsuda, Aizawa, and Mogi. Mikami arrives separately, carrying what he believes is the real Death Note. The tension is unbearable. Light and Near face each other across the warehouse, two brilliant minds in their final confrontation. Each believes they've outmaneuvered the other. Near explains his theory. Light is Kira. Mikami is his accomplice, and when Mikami writes everyone's names in the Death Note at Light's instruction, it will prove the connection. Light responds calmly, denying everything. He claims Near's theory is interesting, but based on coincidence and probability rather than proof. Light suggests that Mikami might be Kira, but that doesn't implicate Light himself. At the designated time, Mikami enters the warehouse. He's holding the Death Note, or what he believes is the Death Note. At Light's subtle signal, Mikami begins writing names, intending to kill everyone except Light. But nothing happens. 40 seconds pass. No one dies. Nier reveals his counter-move. He had Gevani, his infiltration specialist, break into Mikami's bank deposit box and replace the real Death Note with a fake one. Gevani spent hours perfectly replicating Mikami's handwriting, copying all the names already written in the notebook, making the fake indistinguishable from the real one. Mikami has been writing in a fake Death Note. The real Death Note remains hidden where Mikami stored it, and Nier now has it in his possession. Light's expression changes. For the first time in the series, Light's mask cracks. He realizes he's been outplayed. Nier produces the real Death Note, showing it to everyone present. He explains how the notebook works, how it requires a name and face, and how it proves Kira's method of killing. Light, cornered and exposed, begins to unravel. The careful mask he's worn for years, the dutiful son, the diligent detective, the normal student, falls away completely. Light's true personality emerges. Arrogant, megalomaniacal, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. He launches into a speech about his vision for the new world, about how he is God, about how his judgment of humanity is perfect and necessary. Light proclaims that he isn't evil, he's justice. The world he's created through Kira's killings is safer, with lower crime rates and people living in peace through fear. He argues that the end justifies the means, that some people must die for the greater good to flourish. Nier responds coldly, "No, you're just a murderer, and this notebook is the deadliest weapon in the history of mankind. You yielded to the power of the Shinigami and the notebook, and you have confused yourself with a god." Nier continues, "In the end, you're nothing more than a crazy serial killer. That's all you are. Nothing more and nothing less." Matsuda, the task force member often dismissed as foolish and emotional, is devastated by Light's revelation. Matsuda admired Light, believed in him, and trusted him completely. Learning that Light is Kira, that Light used them all, killed L, and manipulated everyone, breaks something in Matsuda. In an emotional moment, Matsuda draws his gun and shoots Light in the hand as Light reaches for his hidden Death Note piece. When Light continues trying to write, Matsuda shoots him multiple times in non-fatal areas. Light is severely wounded, collapsing as blood pours from his injuries. Light, wounded and cornered, makes one last desperate attempt. He tries to reach the hidden piece of the Death Note paper, concealed in his watch, intending to write Nier's name and kill him before dying. Across the warehouse, Mikami witnesses his god, exposed, wounded, and desperate. The perfect vision of Kira he worshipped crumbles before his eyes. In the anime, overcome with despair at seeing Light's true nature revealed, Mikami grabs a pen and stabs himself in the chest with tremendous force, causing a fatal wound. Blood sprays dramatically as he commits suicide, his final words expressing his disillusionment. Mikami's suicide creates a distraction. Light, bleeding heavily from Matsuda's gunshots, but still conscious, uses the chaos to stumble toward the exit. Light escapes from the warehouse, staggering through the industrial district in the darkness. Blood trails behind him as he runs, his vision blurring, his strength fading with each step. As Light collapses on an exterior staircase of an abandoned building, Ryuk appears beside him, watching his final moments. Light, desperate and dying, begs Ryuk to write the SPK and task force members' names in his Death Note, to kill them all and save Light. Ryuk refuses, explaining calmly what he explained at the very beginning. He dropped the Death Note purely for entertainment. He never intended to help Light win or lose. He just wanted to be entertained by what would happen. Ryuk reminds Light of what he said at the very beginning. A human who uses the Death Note cannot go to heaven or hell. Light will simply cease to exist when he dies, neither rewarded nor punished, just ending. There is no afterlife for Death Note users, only nothingness. As Light lies dying on the stairs, he experiences flashbacks of his journey, finding the Death Note in his high school courtyard, meeting Ryuk for the first time, his first kills, meeting L, proclaiming himself as god of the new world. The memories flash by as his life drains away. Somewhere in these final moments, we might infer Light reflects on his original motivation: to create a perfect world, free of crime and evil. But somewhere along that path, his noble goal became twisted by power and arrogance, transforming him from an idealistic student into exactly what he claimed to oppose. A killer who believed his own justifications. Ryuk, watching Light's suffering, decides to end it quickly, rather than letting Light die slowly from his wounds. According to the rules established earlier in the series, when a Shinigami writes a human's name in their Death Note, that Shinigami determines the cause of death. Ryuk writes in his Death Note, Light Yagami, specifying death by heart attack. Light's eyes widen one final time. In the anime's depiction, he appears to see a vision of L standing before him. Whether a hallucination from blood loss or a symbolic representation of the justice he failed to escape is left to interpretation. Light's last audible word is, Father. Then Light Yagami dies of a heart attack on the stairs of an abandoned warehouse, approximately age 23. His dream of becoming god of the new world, ending in complete failure. The notebook that promised him godhood instead brought him to die alone, defeated by a teenager who simply followed proper investigative procedure. Nier stands in the aftermath of the warehouse confrontation, having successfully exposed Light as Kira. He feels no satisfaction or celebration, just quiet confirmation that proper investigative methods will always defeat criminal brilliance eventually. Nier reflects on L's legacy, understanding now why L worked the way he did. L's intuition was correct from the beginning. Light was Kira. But without evidence, intuition is meaningless in justice systems built on proof. Nier succeeded where L failed by focusing on evidence over instinct. Though he acknowledges he couldn't have done it without Melo's sacrifice, creating the crucial opening he needed. Nier becomes the new L, taking over the role of world's greatest detective. He returns to Wami's house, continuing to solve cases while training new successors to carry on L's legacy. The Japanese task force is devastated by the revelation that Light was Kira. They spent years working alongside him, trusting him, viewing him as Soichiro's worthy son and a brilliant detective. Matsuda is particularly damaged. While his shooting of Light was arguably justified given the circumstances, Matsuda struggles with having wounded someone he once admired so deeply. He questions everything he believed about justice, friendship, and trust. The emotional burden of being the one who shot Light, Soichiro's son, his colleague, his friend, weighs heavily on him. Aizawa reflects on how close they came to discovering Light earlier. If only they'd followed certain suspicions more aggressively. He processes the betrayal of working alongside Kira for years without knowing. Mogi grieves quietly, processing the deception in his own reserved way. The task force eventually disbands. The Kira case is closed, and the members try to return to normal lives, though they're forever changed by what they experienced. In the closing scenes of the anime, Misa Amane is shown in her signature Gothic attire, standing alone on a rooftop behind a safety rail. The scene is deliberately ambiguous, her expression distant, her purpose unclear. The camera lingers on her solitary figure as she looks out over the city. According to official Death Note materials, Misa's ultimate fate is intentionally left to viewer interpretation. The scene's composition and tone suggest the possibility that, having lost Light, the person she devoted everything to, Misa may have chosen to end her own life. However, this is never explicitly shown or confirmed, leaving her final fate as one of the series' lingering questions. What remains clear is that Misa, who gave up 3/4 of her original lifespan through 2 Shinigami Eyes deals and devoted herself completely to Light's cause, has lost everything she cared about. Whether she found a way to move forward or chose to follow Light into death is left deliberately unresolved. Kira's death doesn't immediately change the world. Crime rates remain lower than before Kira appeared, showing that Kira's terror has had lasting effects. Some people mourn Kira's death, believing God has been killed by criminals. Others celebrate, believing a serial killer has finally been stopped. The Death Notes are secured by the American and Japanese governments, locked away where they can be studied, but not used. The Shinigami return to their realm, finding the human world less interesting now that the Kira game has ended. Ryuk returns to the Shinigami realm, thoroughly entertained by everything that happened. He tells the other Shinigami about Light Yagami, the human who tried to become God and failed spectacularly. The other Shinigami find the story amusing, but ultimately forgettable. Humans are always doing interesting things before dying. The story ends with a philosophical question. Did Light's killings make the world better or worse? Crime rates are down, but at the cost of freedom and human rights. People live in fear of judgment, but also in relative safety. Death Note leaves this question unanswered, allowing each viewer-reader to decide for themselves whether Light was a hero who went too far, a villain from the start, or something more complex, a brilliant person corrupted absolutely by absolute power.